वीडियो में सब कुछ दिखता है, जैसे बैठे हैं क्या होगा।
अच्छा,
वो सब तो-
आप पैंट दिखाया क्या? तो ऊपर एक सिंगल था।
हाँ, खड़ा होगा तो
हाँ, खड़े हो।
लैपटॉप का है ना आपका?
लैपटॉप ऐसा लगा मैं रखा हूँ। हाँ, अरे इसे दे देंगे आराम से, है कि नहीं? सही है।
ये स्टार्ट नहीं है।
काट देता।
सर वीडियो में साउंड नहीं है। Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
This is
टेक्निकल टीम सर.
okay.
आपने जो वीडियो शेयर की है सर, उसमें आपने साउंड ऑप्शन सेलेक्ट नहीं किया क्या?
अभी कौन ये वीडियो किसी ने शेयर नहीं किया?
अच्छा अच्छा, सॉरी सर, पीपीटी है. हाँ,
पीपीटी है. हाँ,
ठीक ठीक.
बैकग्राउंड वाइज आई थिंक
ठीक है.
टेक्निकल टीम
जी सर.
वो आई थिंक कोई बैकग्राउंड का है, देखो जरा क्रॉस चेक करो कौन है.
राजीव जी. राजीव
म्यूट
जी.
कर दो. हाँ?
राजीव.
राजीव राजीव जी.
डॉक्टर सुमित.
ओके सर.
फिलहाल म्यूट कर दो इनको.
डॉक्टर सुमित. Dr. Sumit is there?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Sumit, can we start our presentation, your presentation?
Okay, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Now, there is a free paper session and Dr. Avdesh Kumar from Assistant Professor. He will be presenting on detection of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis by CV-NAT method and characteristic of patient in various districts of Uttar Pradesh. He is from MRMC, Ambedkar Nagar, Uttar Pradesh. So you can start, Dr. Avdesh.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. The time limit is 5 minutes, you know. So stick to your time. It is a virtual platform, so there is not much scope.
Sir, my slide is not showing on the screen.
You have shared your slides to anybody?
I have sent the mail, sir.
Good morning, sir. I am ready, sir.
Who is the next?
Dr. Sumit, sir. I am ready.
Okay, you start with your slides. There is a icon on icon share on the screen. Green icon.
Okay, sir.
With that.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Video started. I started.
Said, sir.
Just take it in the slide mode.
Okay, sir.
किसी और पे चल रही है, खत्म हो गया.
कैसे करेंगे सर?
जब वो आपको करेंगे
Yes, sir.
तो अलाउ करेगा तब ना.
Okay, sir.
Acha,
इससे
all of you, please keep your audio on mute except Sumit.
वीडियो भी नहीं स्टार्ट कर सकते.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Morning, ji. Good morning.
Today, I am Dr. Sumit Kumar, Professor Microbiology Department, BPS Government Medical College, Sonipat, Haryana.
Yes, please.
Sir, my topic is rapid detection of Mycobacterium tuberculosis by cartridge-based nucleic acid amplification test in a rural tertiary care hospital. Tuberculosis, as we know, is a major health problem, and India is the highest tuberculosis burdened country in the world. And approximately quarter of the world's TB cases are from India. And India constitutes 1/10 of the global burden of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. Universal access and high-quality patient-centered treatment for all TB patients is emphasized by WHO's Stop TB strategy. Tuberculosis has worsened and emergence and spread of multi-drug tuberculosis. Due to this emergence of multi-drug tuberculosis, this problem has more complicated. As we can see that global incidence, India has approximately 1/4 of the cases are from India. Ineffective TB detection and due to emergence of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis is hampering the global TB control program. So we need a rapid diagnostic tool for detection of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. In a conventional method, it takes 6 to 8 weeks for the detection of and taking the susceptibility test of the tuberculosis. But now we have cartridge-based nucleic acid amplification test, which was started in our college in 2018. So it has helped a lot, and we are detecting a lot of clinical sample very fastly within hours by this method. The assay is designed for extraction, amplification, and identification of RPOB gene of Mycobacterium tuberculosis. The study was conducted in the Department of Microbiology in a rural tertiary care hospital. In the present study, sample presumptive of tuberculosis from July 2019 to February 2021 were subjected to CBNAT for diagnosis of tuberculosis and rifampicin resistant tuberculosis. These are the systems which are components of Gene Expert, module, cartridge, computer system, and printer or UPS, which is also attached with that. In the present study, we have processed 2,226 tuberculosis sample, presumptive sample by CBNAT, out of which Mycobacterium was not detected in 70.98% cases, and out of which all cases, 26.87% were Mycobacterium positive and rifampicin sensitive, and resistance was detected against rifampicin in 1.71% cases, like 38% cases. This is a graph, sir, which is presenting that. According to RNTCP, there also they have done this rifampicin resistant, and it was detected at 3.48% of cases were rifampicin resistant. In a study done by R. Tripathi, the tuberculosis was detected in 35.8% and rifampicin resistant tuberculosis in 53% samples. In Sarma and Kumar et al., 25.8% rifampicin sensitive and 22% rifampicin resistant. In a study done by Deepak Arora, 84.21% samples were rifampicin sensitive and 15.78% samples were rifampicin resistant. In a study done by John Z. Metcalfe et al., 28% samples were rifampicin sensitive and 20% samples were rifampicin resistant. So we can see that rifampicin resistant can be detected by CBNAT in all these cases. Conclusion of the study is that inability to rapid diagnosis and treat the affected patient leads to increased morbidity and mortality, development of secondary and resistant and ongoing transmission of the disease. Detection of rifampicin resistant tuberculosis by CBNAT is done within few hours. So consequently, early diagnosis of tuberculosis patient helps in early and precise treatment and prevent transmission of MDR strain of tuberculosis in the community. These are my references, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Sumit.
Yes, sir.
Clinically, I want to ask these patients who were resistant with this this system.
Yes, sir.
Did you test it with another system, any other system?
Sir, whatever the test is considered positive, now we have planned that it will be sent to the kernel.
Okay.
But system has not developed till now, as we have started this test just 18 and gradually the system is developing, sir.
And any clinical correlation? Were these patients actually not responding to the primary treatment?
No, sir, that we have not done.
Okay. So whenever you further study this,
yes, sir,
I suggest you to clinically correlate these
yes, sir,
resistant strand.
Yes,
not
sir.
the microbiological aspect. You go to the lab, go to the clinical side.
Yes, sir.
If you want any, this is a common message to all of the microbiologists.
Yes, sir.
Don't don't go to the clinical side. What you
Yes,
do
sir.
in the lab is something different, and what you feel in the clinical side, that is different.
Yes, sir.
ये करना है भाई, clinical
No, yes, sir.
microbiologist.
Yes, sir.
Any other question from audience? 2 questions are more allowed in this session. You can ask 3 questions from that this presentation. Anybody? Dr. Himanshu, Dr. Vanya, Dr. Avdesh, Dr. Rajiv, Anamika, Jitendra, Raju Sharma. Any query, any question? You should ask. If you don't discuss, means you are not listening to them.
No, sir. We are listening. We are listening. We are here, sir.
Okay. Do you have any question with Dr. Sumit?
No, sir.
Okay. So we proceed with the next.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Okay, Sumit. Thank you. तो हम लोग अब Dr. Avdesh, are you ready? Dr. Avdesh? Dr. Avdesh? Are you getting my voice, Dr. Avdesh?
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm getting.
Can you share now?
Sir, I have sent the slide previously, sir.
Okay. So we will move to Dr. Rajiv Sharma. Rajiv Sharma,
Huh?
Sir,
I have sent.
sir, shall I share
Sorry,
Dr.
sir?
Avdesh's slides?
Dr. Rajiv, please wait. We are
Okay, sir.
sharing slides of Dr. Avdesh from our side. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, we can start. Dr. Vanya, we can start, please.
Yes, sir. Just it will take a moment.
And please don't leave leave the hall till all the sessions are free. All the sessions are completed. Right?
ये हो गया ना, अब share screen कर देती हूँ। नहीं ऐसे नहीं होगा।
वो कर रहे हैं बस ना।
नहीं आप शेयर कर सकते हैं ना।
अच्छा।
ये रही।
Right.
Sir, is it visible now?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Is visible. Can you go to the full screen? अच्छा चलो ऐसे ही कर लो, कोई बात नहीं. No. Dr. Vanna, keep it like that.
Okay.
Dr. Avdesh, can you go?
Yes, sir. Good morning, all of you. I am Dr. Avdesh Kumar, Assistant Professor in Department of Microbiology, MRMC Medical College, Ambedkar Nagar, Government Medical College. Sir, I presenting the detection of the multi-drug resistant tuberculosis by the CBNAT method and characteristic of the patient in the various district of the Uttar Pradesh. Next. Introduction. Multi-drug resistant tuberculosis poses a problem in the treatment and follow-up the patient due various immunodeficiency disease and
Very nice.
Due various immunodeficiency disease and improper treatment, the case of MDR-TB is increasing in India. Early diagnosis by CBNAT method can help in proper treatment and control of the MDR-TB. Also, the characterization of the patient is important to study the epidemiology of this disease. Material method. The patient suspected of MDR-TB from various districts of Uttar Pradesh were included in the study. The patients were mainly of the inadequate treatment or non-responsive to treatment. Patient characteristics were noted. The various comorbidity were also noted. Next. 2 consecutive sputum samples were collected from each patient. AFB staining were done to detect the bacilli in the sputum. Then the CBNAT method was used to detect the rapid rifampin resistance. Next.
Clicking it.
Click on the slide, then you can move.
We found that total 145 patients were included in the study. In this 99, around 68% were male and 32% were female. Mean age was around 30 years. Almost all were pulmonary tuberculosis case. Out of them, rifampin sensitive was seen in 3 samples and resistant was seen in 132%. 7% died, 2 were lost to follow-up, and rest treatment plan was changed. Outcome was better in the changed treatment plan. All patients were HIV non-reactive. However, the other immunocompromising conditions were not ruled out. To conclude my study, the CVNAT helped in early diagnosis and management of the multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, and early diagnosis and adherence to the treatment increase the likelihood of the cure. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Avdesh, my
Yes, sir.
question with you that did you go for TrueNut? Did you have did you do a sample with TrueNut also? What is your observation about TrueNut system, which is also a ICMR approved system?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Almost there is the same result from the TrueNet and CVNet for
So
the pulmonary tuberculosis.
we should switch over to TrueNut. What do you suggest?
Because this is the cheap and easy to do for the, so we can switch over from CVNet to TrueNet.
Okay. Any XDR samples from your site?
XDR sample.
Did you process? Just I'm asking this,
हाँ,
not a part of your study, but I'm asking for my
जी
knowledge.
जी सर अभी there's in the new college so there's a culture is not started by planning to start the culture, sir, and in future I will do the for liquid culture.
So how did you assess the clinical improvement? What is the method of your clinical assessment of?
Clinical assessments are improving the patient's condition and there's a change in the X-ray. We can clinically assess for the clinical improvement.
Okay. ठीक है. From next time, if you comment upon the improvement, one should show the slides, few slides or a single slide of few
जी.
X-rays or maybe sputum negativity or whatever it is.
Okay, sir. Okay.
That should be added if
जी,
you
sir.
comment upon that.
Okay, sir.
Right?
जी, sir.
Okay. ठीक है, Dr. Avdesh. Best wishes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So we move on to the next speaker, Dr. Rajiv Sharma. His topic is to compare the various processing methods for increasing the culture positivity of gastric acid sample collected from suspected pulmonary tuberculosis cases in experimental study. Dr. Rajiv.
Yes, sir. I am audible, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yes, you are audible. You can share your.
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So my slide is visible?
Yes, now it is visible.
Okay, sir. Good morning, sir. Today I am presenting oral presentation on the title. My presentation title is to compare the various processing method for increasing the culture positivity of gastric aspirate sample collected from suspected pulmonary tuberculosis cases. It is an experimental study. Introduction. Children up to 14 years constitute about the 35% of population in our country and are expected to contribute about 10% of caseload. One child dies of TB every day, according to RNPCP. In India, 7% of children about aged 0 to 14 years notified of the TB. In 2019, an estimated 10 million people were diseased with tuberculosis worldwide, with 5.6 million men, 3.2 million women, and 1.2 million children. Tuberculosis in children is a condition that is usually clinically diagnosed. Child TB and TB in altered sensorium patients like in tubercular meningitis are based on laboratory diagnosis. It's difficult to confirm microbiologically. It is assumed that children and altered conscious patients swallow their sputum. Therefore, gastric aspirate can be considered as a replacement for the sputum. Early morning gastric aspirate is a preferred sample and it needs overnight fasting for at least 6 hours. And aim of my study is to compare the various processing methods for increasing the culture positivity of gastric aspirate sample collected from suspected pulmonary tuberculosis as sent by pediatrician or chest physicians. Objective of my study is to evaluate the potential effect of pH, that is neutralized sample with sodium bicarbonate versus non-neutralized sample, or temperature kept at 4 degrees for 24 hours versus at room temperature, and duration of a specimen storage. I process in 2 parts, immediate or versus after 24 hours. On culture positive of gastric aspirate specimen collected from suspected pediatric and adult altered sensorium pulmonary tuberculosis cases. Material method. Study done at KGMU, Department of Microbiology, Pediatric, and Department of Respiratory are taking participate. Studied as experimental study. Sample size 37. CBNAT positive gastric aspirate. Inclusion criteria: all pediatric age group patients and adults with altered conscious with suspected pulmonary tuberculosis as per pediatrician and chest physician. Exclusion criteria: patient who can expectorate sputum and sample from recently fed patient. Fasting should be for at least 6 hours. This is my study protocol. First week case with suspected pediatric or adult altered sensorium tuberculosis patient. Collect at least 10 to 15 ml gastric aspirate specimen, at least 5 to 6 hour fasting. Then consent should be taken. Then transfer collected gastric specimen to the microbiology lab immediately. Then it divides into 2 parts. First part is neutralized, non-neutralized, and then other part is neutralized with 10% soda bicarb solution. Then take from non-neutralized sample, take sample for the CBNAT. If it is negative, then it will exclude it from the study. And if positive, both type of samples decontaminate with the help of modified Petrov method and divided into 3 parts. First, process immediately. Second, kept at 4 degrees for 24 hours. And third one is kept at room temperature for 24 hours. All were processed. Then my result is showing in this following table. Out of 37, only 37 GA sample were positive on CBNAT out of 570 GA. That is 6.49% is the positivity of my all collected samples. Then this table shows the result. My sample are 37. These 33 samples, because of there is insufficient samples. This table shows the positivity should be the sample immediately processed with neutralization give the maximum positivity, that is 89%. And then immediately processed sample that is non-neutralized is less better than the neutralized sample kept at 4 degree for the 24 hours. Then the status shows that immediately process CBNet positive GA shows that neutralized is better than not neutralized GA sample. That is, p-value is equal to 0.0238. That it is significant. And CBNet positive GA samples kept at 4 degree for 24 hours, then process shows that neutralized GA is better than non-neutralized. The p-value shows the 0.0114, that is significant. And CBNet positive GA sample part kept at room temperature for 24 hours, then process shows that there is no significant benefit for neutralization. Now the discussion is at present time fasting recommended. What I see during the study, that fasting at present recommended GA is 6 to 8 hours, but gastric emptying time is for liquid is very less, and for solid it is 60 minutes. Other constituent of gastric may inhibit the growth of microbial tuberculosis like enzymes. Culture positivity of gastric aspirate depend upon the bacterial load. Most of the time, gastric aspirate having very low bacilli count after decontamination with modified Petrov's method, bacilli may be lost due to dilution. Now the conclusion: neutralization of acid component of gastric aspirate as early as possible yield for increasing culture positivity, and if there is delayed in the process of gastric aspirate, it should be kept at 4 degree after neutralization, but yield of positivity decreased with time. Process gastric aspirate immediately if neutralization is not possible for increasing culture positivity. Immediately neutralized gastric aspirate sample shows significantly higher MTB culture positivity than non-neutralized GA sample processed immediately. Neutralized GA fluid kept at 4 degree for 24 hours also yields higher culture positivity than non-neutralized at similar condition. MTB culture has poor yield in the GA fluid with or neutralization when kept at room temperature. Thanks, sir.
Dr. Rajiv.
Yes, sir.
What was the sample volume which you took?
It's approximately 10 to 15 ml, and after that I divided into the two part, half, and then both are divided into 3 parts.
What was the lowest age of the kid which you took into your study?
It is 1 year to 14 years for the pediatric age group, and also taken adult patient with altered sensorium.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody want to ask any question?
Hello. Hello. Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll continue with the next. So we finished.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Very nice and very well planned studies.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Dr. Sumit,
Thanks a lot.
Dr. Sumit. Very nice and very well planned study.
Very nice. Okay, give me a minute for. So we move to another session, which is the category others, other than mycobacteriology. The first is Dr. Anuj Kumar. Dr. Anuj, are you ready? Dr. Anuj?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I am ready, sir.
Please share your slide. And stick to the time, please.
Yes, sir. Sir, are my slides visible?
Yes, yes.
Sir. Good morning, sir. Today's my topic for oral presentation is procalcitonin, a promising diagnostic marker for the sepsis and antibiotic therapy. Introduction. Procalcitonin is an amino acid peptide produced by the thyroid C cells belong to the calcitonin superfamily. It is regulated by Cal1 gene. It is metabolized into calcitonin, catacalcitonin, and N-terminal procalcitonin. Normally, it is in very low amount in healthy person below 0.05 nanogram per ml. PCT is detectable within 2 to 4 hours of sepsis and peaks within 6 to 24 hours. It has some utility as a prognostic indicator with high serum concentration related to the risk of mortality. In India, 28.3% of patients contact sepsis during ICU stay and have up to 34% of mortality rate. Early diagnosis and prompt antimicrobial therapy are crucial in the treatment of sepsis for the life-saving. As a rule of thumb, a decline of more than 30% per day indicates a significant improvement of systemic inflammation. If clinical symptoms indicate possible sepsis, but the PCT level is low, sepsis therapy should be started anyway. PCT measurement should be repeated after 12 hours, 24 hours, 36 hours until the final diagnosis is clear. The reference rate for the procalcitonin is less than 0.1 nanogram per ml in fact more than 74 hours and 0.01 to 0.05 nanogram per ml in adult healthy subjects. Aim of the study to know the level of procalcitonin in ICU patients at the tertiary care centers. The material method study conducted in the Department of Microbiology, KGMU, Lucknow. It is an observational study. We received 1,883 serum samples from the suspected patients having septicemia from the all ICUs of Gandhi Memorial and Associated Hospital of the KGMU, Lucknow during the period of 1 year from 1st January to 31st December 2020. We used the mini-VEDAL automated machine for testing, which is a one-step immunoassay sandwich method with a final fluorescent detection. The result is out of 1,883 patients, 140 patients were male and rest are the females, in which less than 1 year is 20 patients and 1 to 15 is 116 and more than 15 year is 1,751 patients. The PCT level of the patients are in less than 0.1 nanogram is 135, more than 0.1 to 1.5 is 415, and more than 0.5 to 2 is 488, and more than 2 to 10 is 433, more than 10 to 30 is 209, more than 30 is 193. The discussion, the recommendation for the antibiotic therapy based on the PCT levels are for less than 0.1 is a low likelihood for the sepsis. The antibiotic strongly discouraged. For 0.1 to 0.5 low likelihood for the sepsis, antibiotic are discouraged. For more than 0.5 to 2 increased likelihood of sepsis, antibiotic are encouraged. For the more than 2 high likelihood of sepsis or septic shock, antibiotic is strongly encouraged. Our experience for the PCT level is that out of the 1,883 patients, 1,333, that is a 70.8% patient having PCT levels above 0.5 nanogram per ml, so they required the antibiotic therapy. About 550, that is a 29.2% admission in ICU may be other than bacterial infection, although they present symptomatically as having a sepsis. Conclusion. PCT is helpful for the early detection of the sepsis as well as to monitor the antimicrobial treatment regimen. PCT can be a useful tool for the antimicrobial steward and its utilization may safely lead to a significant reduction of unnecessary administration of the antimicrobial therapy. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Nuj, the idea is good.
Yes, sir.
If you would, I would suggest if you would have added what type of diseases
Okay, sir.
along with the sepsis they were admitted,
Yes, sir.
their age group, right?
Age group, sir,
Duration, duration of
okay,
when you
sir.
collected, कब से भर्ती थे वो,
Yes, sir.
ठीक है, और कब तक भर्ती रहे,
Okay, sir.
ना? तो this will also help you कि what we can do in that regard,
Yes, sir.
right? So the in quantitative analysis you have done, that would have been more beneficial for that, right? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Anuj. Anybody want to ask any question?
Yes, sir, Dr. Adesh.
Yes, sir.
Please.
We can add the comorbid condition of the patient. जो patient ICU में admit हुए हैं, we
Yes,
can
sir.
add the comorbidity. So this study will be very good.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है. It is well taken suggestion.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, Dr. Anuj.
Yes, sir.
We
Thank
move
you,
to another speaker, Dr. Anamika Kumari. She will be presenting about the neuromicrobiology gut-brain axis. Dr. Anamika,
Good morning, sir.
please share your slide.
Yes, yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Good morning, sir. I am Anamika, and today's my topic is neuromicrobiology, gut-brain axis. And let's start. So, is it visual, sir?
Yes, yes. Carry on.
Next slide. Okay. Neuromicrobiology is a new field, and its interaction between the microbiome and the central nervous system. The concept of the microbiota gut-brain axis evidence that the gut microbiota modulates the crosstalk between the brain and gastrointestinal tract to maintain homeostasis. The bidirectional communication from the brain to the gut involves vagal-mediated pathway, which stimulates primary afferent neurons of the enteric nervous system, which transmit the signals to the brain through the vagal nerve. This figure is a bidirectional gut-brain flow. In this figure, direct and indirect pathways support the bidirectional between the gut microbiota, first from the cytokines, which can be have endocrine and paracrine actions, and second, this is a vagal nerve, may be activated by gut peptides, and this is neurotransmitter or its precursor produced as a microbiota. Metabolites may reach to the gut epithelium having endocrine and paracrine effect, and amygdala and insular cortex of their inputs consistently hypothalamus activation initiates the afferent arm. This red arrow are the afferent arm, and the HPA axis activation modulates gut microbiota composition, and the both HPA axis and the classical neurotransmitter that may affect directly the gut microbiota composition. And in section B, the health condition affected by the microbiota is obesity, depression, anxiety, pain, autism, multiple sclerosis, and cardiovascular risk. What is the modulation of the gut brain axis? The mechanism induces the diverse cytokines released from the enteric mucosal immune system, such as lipopolysaccharide, can reach the brain by ENS vagal mediated pathway route. The GM produces molecules with neuroactive properties that are able to induce changes in the central nervous system, just like short chain fatty acid and neurotransmitters such as GABA, noradrenaline, acetylcholine, dopamine, and serotonin. The gut microbiota likely play a role in wide range of neurological conditions like autism spectrum disorder, anxiety, depression, chronic pain, stress, Alzheimer disease, and Parkinson disease. And how gut microbiota affect the Parkinson disease. Parkinson disease is a neurodegenerative disorder as attributable to multifractional changes occurring at the molecular level influenced by genetic and environmental interaction. The main hallmark of PD is the alpha-synuclein protein aggregates particularly affect the dopaminergic neurons in the SNC by inducing neurodegeneration, ultimately leading to the motor impairment. These alpha-syn potentially spread from gut to brain as a PRAN-like protein by cell-to-cell transfer. And these alpha-syn aggregation in the ENS may reach to the brain through systematic vagal route. The abundance of putative short-chain fatty acid producing bacteria from bacterial families like that Prevotalaceae, Lactobacillus, and Ruminococcacea that are present in intestinal mucosa of Parkinson disease patients. The reduction of these SCFA producing bacteria leading to deficiency may result the detrimental effect of Parkinson disease patients, including increased colonic inflammation, the gut weakness, increased risk of alpha-syn deposition in GI tract, and microglial activation in the brain. This figure shows a normal patient and Parkinson disease patient. In normal patient, this intestinal microbiota is healthy and this is a dysbiosis, and in Parkinson disease patient, GI disturbance increase, mortality decrease, and constipation and pain is also increased, and depression, anxiety, and behavior changes are increased in PD patients. So conclusion of my study is that gut microbes influence the gut-brain axis communication has been the subject of considerable research effort in recently time. Evidence is accumulation for the role of gut microbiota in autism and age-related disorder, such like that Parkinson and Alzheimer's diseases. Future studies with large cohort and high-resolution sequencing method are required to better define the gut microbiota changes in PD patients. And NGS technology recently used in microbiota. My study identifying specific bacteria responsible for health and disease, and the casual study using exciting and improved animal models. Thank you, sir.
Anamika, how will you evaluate the fatty acids or any other chemicals which are generated in the gut?
Evaluation from sequencing method, NGS technology, we can evaluate.
Sequencing will give you the idea about the type of organism. How will you evaluate the chemical constituents which are produced in the gut?
So through the
Takes the access.
Through neurotransmitters and
which neurotransmitter and
some tests are maybe fecal.
What are the methods? What are the methods?
The method from the suppose if from Parkinson disease patient, we take a sample of the fecal samples and then tested for the. This is the method for gut microbiota.
Anybody want any question? Okay, thank you, Anamika. So we move on to the next speaker, Dr. Himanshu Narula.
Good morning to all of the presenters here.
Please carry on. Please carry on. Dr. Himanshu, you may start your sharing your screen.
I'm just trying that. Sorry, it is taking a bit time.
Dr. Vanya, can you help her?
Ma'am, let me know if you want me to play your slides.
Dr. Vanya, can you start your presentation? Or share the slides of Dr.
Shall I share him, Dr. Himanshu ma'am? Himanshu ma'am, are you there? I think madam did she log out?
हाँ लग रहा है आप प्रेजेंट कर लो तब तक
ठीक है सर सर लेकिन अगर बीच में वो स्टार्ट कर देंगे उनके पास
नहीं
भी
नहीं एक ही शेयर होगा एट अ टाइम
हाँ शी इज ट्राइंग सर इसलिए हाँ
ओके दैट इज फाइन अच्छा तुम भी हो उसमें वेरी गुड
Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, Dr. Himanshu, yes.
So good morning to all of you. My presentation is on study to assess the video modules based training on knowledge, attitude, and practices towards cleaning and disinfection among housekeeping staff at tertiary care hospital. Aims and objective of the study was to assess the level of and effect of video module based training on CAP of knowledge, attitude, and practices of cleaning and disinfection techniques among housekeeping staff amid COVID-19 pandemic. And there were two objectives: to assess their pre-existing knowledge, attitude, and practices of cleaning and disinfection, and to evaluate the change in their knowledge, attitude, and practices after video module-based training sessions. The study was a quasi-experimental study, that is pre and post-test type of study, and it was initiated after approval from the Institutional Ethical Committee. Our study population, as I said earlier, was housekeeping staff in a tertiary care hospital in Uttarakhand. Data analysis was done by MS Excel sheet and SPSS 21.0. Total participants in each session were 12 to 20, and the total sample size was 102. Our intervention was a video module based session, and the tool for assessment was a structured questionnaire which included 11 questions about their knowledge, 8 questions about their attitude, and 11 questions about their practices of cleaning and disinfection in the hospital. Each training session consisted of 3 events. First, there was a pre-test. It was for the duration of almost 20 minutes. Then there was a video module session, and all the videos, they were made in Hindi language so that it is easily understandable to all of them. Our first video module was on hand hygiene. The second was on doffing and donning of PPE. And the third was on cleaning and disinfection practices, which they are doing right now in the hospital. And the third event was post-test. Knowledge was assessed by giving score of 1 to each correct answer and 0 to the wrong answer. Scores less than 7 was taken as poor and more than 7 were taken as adequate knowledge. Whereas attitude, it was checked on Likert scale. Score of 1 to 5 for the response of strongly disagree to strongly agree. Less than 5 was taken as negative and more than 5 was taken as positive. For practice, a score of 1 was given to response of yes, depicting good practices, and 0 to response of no, depicting poor practices. Here also we have taken score less than 7 as poor, whereas more than 7 as acceptable. Now coming on to the result, here we can see that I have used pair t-test in it, and p-value less than 0.05 was taken as significant. There was a significant improvement in their knowledge about the cleaning and disinfection practices in the hospital in the post-test. In attitude, there was no significant change because At the time of their recruitment to the institute, there were induction trainings, and we saw that they were having a positive attitude toward the cleaning and disinfection policy of the hospital. Whereas in practice also, we can see a significant change, and the p-value was 0.003. So to conclude, here, video module based training were found to be effective in the era of epidemic like COVID-19, which saves resource in terms of manpower as well as time. And the housekeeping staff, if we provide adequate knowledge through induction trainings, which is regularly done in our institute at the time of their recruitment, as well as regular reinforcement training. Here I emphasize that regular reinforcement training should be done to ensure that they are following the good cleaning and disinfection practices in hospital, as these people can serve as a source of infection to patient as well as to healthcare staff. The limitation of our study was that it was a single center study with a small sample size, and cohort observation of actual cleaning practices of staff could not be done. These are my references. And thank you for patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Nirla. I want to ask a question.
Yes,
that
sir.
were these cases or your inducted people were exposed to any video of any type before this study was undertaken?
Sir, earlier the trainings were not done on video modules. The training were done in person at the
How
time
many
of the
times?
recruitment to hospital.
Were they equally, they were equally attended by all the people, or somebody attended one session, maybe two sessions, maybe three sessions?
Sir, they have attended all the sessions. We have included only those participants who were willing to take all the sessions at that time.
I want to ask how many times they were attended those training sessions.
Sir, only once.
That will change the whole scenario.
Actually, for that, what we have done, we have displayed all these videos on the screen in the entire hospital premises, and these videos, they were uploaded on YouTube also, and they were encouraged to see the videos regularly.
So this is a limitation of the study, I think.
Sir, I want to ma'am, may I?
Yes, yes.
Sir, we had shown shown them videos twice, like proper training, similar training was done twice. Just that first time we had done in a hurry, and second time we did both times we had shown all the videos, and these videos were made these are in-house videos only, so that the housekeeping people could understand them better. Ma'am, over to you.
The study is good, concept is good. The time of enforcement.
Sir, actually it was done at the time of pandemic. So first we did the training that was video module based only, but there was no pre-test and post-test at that time. Again, we did that study along with pre-test and post-test.
You carry on with this type of concept. If you will carry on this type of concept, you can actually find what is the use of video module. It is a live module or the video module. At least you have to do it 6 to 8 times for the same person. Then you can come to any conclusion. Period of 1 year or maybe period of 2 years, whatever it is.
Right.
This is a suggestion. Anybody want to ask any question? Thank you, Dr. Himanshu.
Thank you, sir.
So we are coming to our last speaker, Dr. Vanya. She will be presenting on improving catheter-associated urinary tract infection rates for implementing quality improvement initiative at a tertiary care center in North India. Yes, Dr. Vanya.
So my screen is visible. Am I
Yes,
audible?
yes.
May I start?
Yes.
Good morning, one and all. Today, I will be presenting my topic on improving catheter-associated urinary tract infections, that is COTI rates, by implementing quality improvement initiative at a tertiary care center in North India. Although this is this institute only we are talking about. So background of the study was like most common healthcare associated infections in world are associated UTI. And among UTI, around 60 to 80% cases are healthcare associated only. So, and most common risk factors leading to the healthcare associated infections UTI are overuse of indwelling urinary catheters and increased prolonged duration of urinary catheterization. And due to this increased rate of COTI, there is a subsequently prolonged hospital's length of stay, and which leads to increased healthcare costs and unnecessary antimicrobial use, and therefore leading to antimicrobial resistance and morbidity as well. So, the problem statement, that is why we thought of starting this quality improvement initiative is COTI is one of the healthcare associated infections, which if we try to do do care very well, then it is mostly preventable. So if we put a thoughtful process into it, then we can at least prevent 40 to 50% of the COTIs. So only, and in our institute, in a neurosurgery ward in the month of July and August, what we faced is their patient inflow was very less, like only 14 to 16 patients were admitted. And yet the COTI rate was ranging in between 14 to 16%. Like in August, it was 14.98%, which was way high because the patients were very less. So we can assume that the residents and staff must be able to take care of those 16 patients. Yet we were facing high COTI rate. And the neurosurgery ward, the study settings was of total of 18 general beds and 4 HDU beds. So the aim of our study is to assess impact of a COTI quality improvement prevention bundle in neurosurgery ward to reduce COTI rate per 1,000 police days from 14.98% to under 4 in 6 months. The benchmark as 4 we took from NHSN as target as 4.2%. Although if we look into the Indian settings, mostly the COTI rates in we are still considered as a developing country as yet. The studies show the COTI rate in most of the institutes in ranging from 9 to 16%. Still, we targeted a COTI rate of 4%. Like at least we should be able to reach below 4%. And a secondary aim was to eliminate and sustain reduction in COTI infections. So study design, it was a prospective interventional quality improvement study, and study setting is the neurosurgery ward of AIIMS Rishikesh, and duration was September 2020 to February 2021, that is 6 months. In inclusion criteria, we included all the laboratory confirmed urine culture cases, and wherein we filled all the there is a checklist for COTI which we follow of WHO and CDC. We have combined that and made it like our institutional one. We included all the laboratory confirmed urine culture cases, and all those cases which were which did not fall in the definition, that is less than less than or equal to 2 calendar days, were excluded. Before beginning the study, we had also assessed the baseline COTI rates for 8 weeks, that is from July and August. So baseline COTI rates were found to be 12.5%. So to begin with, we previously we had done several programs, interventions we had tried of, but eventually they were not very successful. So this time we wanted to make it a planned one. We wanted to make a thorough planning before doing it. So we made a multidisciplinary team to target frontline staff education and training, and who could be accountable for their work, and such that we could improve compliance with COTI prevention measures. So for data analysis, outcome measure indicator we took as COTI rate and device utilization ratio, and for process measure indicators we used COTI quality improvement prevention bundle with a checklist which included standardization and training on urinary catheter insertion and maintenance practices. Basically, we use a checklist of
Dr. Kanya,
Ji sir.
time is up.
Okay, sir. I'll just use 2 minutes.
Results, please.
In line care, so this is the checklist which we use, and for interventions we did a thorough root cause analysis, interactive multidisciplinary brainstorming instruction, and this is the checklist which we used. And after that we used arrange a 5 whys and hows, like we got to which what is the most important causes, modifiable and non-modifiable issues. Through them we we proceeded with what was the how to proceed, basically which areas we had to target. So we targeted, these were the interventions which we took, and finally in the at the end of the 6th month we have reached a zero COTI rate for past 2 months. So that is a kind of success for us, starting from reaching 14.98%, baseline of 12.5% to zero COTI rate for past 2 months. So this is all about our study. And in conclude, I would like to say that regular plan, do, study, act cycles would be we could recommend to all people while doing any quality initiative studies. And multidisciplinary team is very important, and reinforcement in compulsory induction as well as reinforcement training should be like a must. So these are these few picks of our studies. That is for all from my side, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Vanya. My question is that which type of it is the same type of catheter you studied was same at all times, or it was different?
So type of catheter, so it is same only, because we don't have we don't have that higher version, that antibiotic coated ones. Sir, I've checked. Sir, that we have checked. Yes, sir.
अच्छा, दूसरा number of surgeries.
Number of surgeries. The data. Sir, the patients, basically we took neurosurgery patients, mostly the patients. It is
number of patients.
So that I can. I have the data.
Just see that these two things are from my side, right?
So I have, if you want, I can just. I don't remember exactly.
We have to move to the award session.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So please, everybody join to the award session immediately in hall 1 and hall
2, sir.
Hall 1 and hall 2.
हम hall 1 में जाना है.
Right. Thank you, please. I am leaving this session.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
So hall 1 में जाना है, sir.
Thank you, sir.
प्रतीक्षा को बोल दो सर, मैं फिर वो क्योंकि इधर उधर हो गए।
और इस वो कहाँ है, लिस्ट कहाँ है? गिव मी दैट।
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, yes, Pratiksha.
Ma'am, may I start?
Yes, you
Sir.
start sharing your screen.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic for I am Dr. Pratiksha Kamboj from AIMS Rishikesh, JR1. And I did my e-poster under the guidance of Dr. Ambar Prasad sir, Dr. Pratima Gupta ma'am, Dr. Vanya Singh ma'am, and with my help of my colleagues, Dr. Deepika Chakrabarti and Murale Bhagwan Vikram. The topic of my e-poster is challenges in a diagnosis of tuberculosis in extrapulmonary samples in a tertiary care center in northern India. Tuberculosis is a major infectious cause of morbidity and mortality. In 2019, an estimated 10 million people fell ill with tuberculosis worldwide. And extrapulmonary TB accounts for a significant proportion of tuberculosis cases in India, that is 10 to 90%. But there are various factors that lead to delay in diagnosis. This study attempts to show challenges linked in particular to microbiological diagnostics. My aim is to generate the data on detection of clinically suspected extrapulmonary tuberculosis by CBNAT in a tertiary care center in northern India. I did cross-sectional study was conducted from January to March 2000. Yes, sir. Hello. Hello, sir. Sir. Now I have just Sir, is my slide visible now?
Now it is visible.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I did cross-sectional study was conducted from January to March 2021. The samples of all patients coming to hospital with suspected extrapulmonary tuberculosis at a microbacteriology lab.
Dr.
Yes, sir.
Pratiksha, you
Yes, sir.
discuss your results.
Actually, my discussion is that the diagnosing of extrapulmonary tuberculosis remains challenging because clinical samples obtained from relatively inaccessible sites may be possibacillary, and negative test does not exclude the possibility of isolating Mycobacterium tuberculosis complex. And the result of our study were in concordance with the various other studies done previously, sir. Sir. Sir.
Any of other participant want to ask any question from Pratiksha? You wrote in your topic challenges in diagnosis of extrapulmonary samples.
Yes, sir.
Can you enlist those?
Sir, actually, sir, the challenges that I have faced during the first one is during the collection, because samples sent to our lab are mostly they are inadequate, and they are sent like there is also a delay in reaching to our lab. So due to which the processing we do not get the correct result of those samples. And the second problem that we see there. Yes, sir.
What is a challenge? That is a logistic. That is not a challenge in diagnosis.
Okay, sir.
What are the other methods of diagnosing extrapulmonary samples?
Sir, we can do the cultures, that is by the MGIT or by the LG media. We do the extrapulmonary samples we diagnose, and the best according to the studies, the RT-PCR is better than the CB-NAT in diagnosing the extrapulmonary samples, because in CB-NAT we require there should be more than 100 bacilli should be present in our samples to diagnose the tuberculosis. But in case of PCR, we require lesser number of bacilli to be present. So, sir, RT-PCR is better than CB-NAT, but it is yes, sir.
Yes. Carry on.
And sir, and now
what is the cost? What is the cost difference between the two?
Sir, CB-NAT is cheaper than the RT-PCR. So that is why, sir, we prefer more of CB-NAT as compared to RT-PCR. It's a costlier one, sir.
Kitna?
It's a cost difference. Sir, I don't know the cost. Sorry, sir. Sir, so but I just know that the CB-NAT is cheaper than the sir RT-PCR. So that's what I know.
No, that is not exactly true.
Okay, sir.
So we move to the next presenter.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. So it is the next Dr. Ritu. Dr. Vanya. Dr. Ritu, will you present your poster? Dr. Ritu. Dr.
सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको भी? तो कुछ डॉक्टर रितु, कैन यू हियर मी?
Yes.
हेलो, यह प्रिंट आउट निकाल के लो, ऐसे नहीं हो पाएगा। सुनो, वहाँ नीरज भैया को बोलो हॉल 5 का निकाल के देंगे। व्हाट्सएप उनका खुला हुआ। हेलो
Yes. Ma'am.
मैम, सर मुझे लग रहा है सर्वर ही से गड़बड़ हुआ है। अभी आ रही आवाज? नहीं आ रही ना?
आ रही है मैम, आवाज तो आ रही है आपकी।
Hello. Yeah, ma'am. Hello. Can you hear me?
हाँ, स्क्रीन विजिबल है, तुम फुल स्क्रीन कर दो बस। बैक करो, बैक करो। उसका स्क्रीन विजिबल तो है नहीं।
Dr. Ritu, you can go ahead if you, am I audible? Hello.
ऑप्शंस नहीं आएगा फिर आपको हाँ वही ना तो बीच में आपका आपका आईडी से ही लॉग इन हाँ हाँ वही
तो सर मैं तो मे आई शेयर योर presentation, ma'am?
बार बार पूछना है
ये तो मेरा
मेरा में काम करो
Dr. Chinmay?
Yes, sir. Can I present? Morning,
Kindly
sir.
you present your poster, please.
Okay. Is it visible?
No, no. Yes, it is being seen.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible now.
Good morning, everyone.
Can you go for a full screen? Full screen mode. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. The topic of my poster is seroprevalence trends of scrub typhus among the febrile patients of a tertiary care center of Northern India. Myself, Dr. Chinmay Sahu, Associate Professor, Department of Microbiology, SCPJ. What we did in this study was that we did the different serological tests of the febrile patient. That is the usually the patients they presented with the fever with more than 7 days. We did the different serological profile like malaria, typhoid, viral test, dengue, chikungunya, leptospirosis, and also COVID-19 testing. And we basically wanted to know what is the different types of serological profile of the febrile patient. That is, they are present more than 7 days. So, as you know, the scrub typhus is the most common rickettsial disease in India. So we also wanted to know the different clinical features that separate from the other febrile diseases. So what we found that around the total of patients, the most prevalent was the typhoid. Vidal test was reactive in most of the patients, around 40%, 40 to 45%. Secondly, the dengue, and third, the scrub typhus was found, and the scrub typhus and followed by the malaria and other causes. So it is the third cause of the febrile patients, and what we found the different clinical features like fever, chills, rash, abdominal pain, cough, and different we found the clinical features. But the significant difference between the scrub typhus clinical features with other febrile patients is that the rash, headache, pallor, then increased CRP level, and deranged liver transaminase. These 4 to 5 signs and symptoms we found significantly different from other febrile patients. And typically, it usually the common age profile is around 30 to the young adult patient, 30 to 50 age of patients. We found the different. We found the positivity of this scrub typhus. So, sorry. Okay. So, in 2 to 3 cases, there is cross reactivity with leptospirosis and scrub typhus also. Very less, we found 2 to 3 cases of the cross reactivity between leptospirosis and scrub typhus.
Okay. Is there any difference with the other data, such data from our national data? Something new you want to share?
No, basically the same. I think basically the more or less the data is similar, but we mainly focus on the clinical feature difference. But we want to focus that the because in dengue also RAS is seen, but RAS we found more RAS and pallor and these clinical features, and CRP level more in the scrub typhus cases.
Okay. 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 Thanks, Chinmay.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Vidhi. डॉक्टर सुजाता दिख नहीं रही है. Dr. Vidhi, am I audible, Dr. Vidhi? डॉक्टर विधि को फोन करके कह दो और डॉक्टर सुजाता को बोलते हैं. वरना विल यू प्रेजेंट? ये प्रियांशी भी है या नहीं? अच्छा, ओके. डॉक्टर ऋतु, डॉक्टर ऋतु, आर यू एम आई ऑडिबल? चले गए लोग तो. हाँ. हाँ. She must be trying again to get in. हाँ, कर दो. Varna, you present yourself. Maybe they may join after you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Something we are waiting.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes.
May I go ahead?
Yes, you can extend your screen.
Yes, sir.
Doctor.
A very good afternoon, one and all. Today I'm going to present on like a small topic. It's effective needle stick injury prevention strategies in clinical settings. Background of the presentation is needle stick and sharp injuries are one of the most common causes of physical, pathological, and psychological hazards for many healthcare workers. Like it is one of the most common occupational health hazards, and so only all the healthcare personnel are like it is a must to know how to handle sharp safely. Safe injection practices and safe sharp practices as a we all must remember. Aim and objectives of my presentation is to study effect of rigorous trainings and preventive actions in preventing needle stick injuries, and also to assess blood-borne viral seroconversions among healthcare workers sustaining a blood or body fluid exposure. Basically, I wanted to talk about the interventions and prevention strategies which we take to prevent the needle stick injuries. Methodologies are education regarding safe injection practices, biomedical waste segregation and discard, reinforcement and training. That is the that should be the agenda. Induction training should be made compulsory, and reinforcement trainings, regular repeat training should be held, and no blame no shame culture should be spread, so as to people should not be worried that they have got they should not worry about sharing any injury, etc. And incident report generation can be started. Like here what we do is, in case of any sharp injury, in area wise we can generate an incident report identifying trends or patterns of sharp injury occurrence and strengthening communication amongst each other. Result in my incidence of needle stick injuries, data analysis can be done by calculating the needle incidence of needle stick injury, that is number of needle stick injuries divided by total number of IPT patients admitted in that month multiplied by 1000. In my result, basically during COVID, we had increased number of needle stick injuries. Like here we can say the incidence increased to in March, April, in June. From when the COVID started, our NSI incident rose to 0.71, 0.58, and 0.61. Basically, most of the people were wearing PPE full gowns, and it was found that due to fear, or maybe because people were very afraid when going inside the wards, the biomedical waste segregation was not proper, because of which mostly the housekeeping personnel were in our study were the common people suffering, and also the nursing staff. Like here we can see the percentage of healthcare personnel. The most common injury was among the nursing staff, about 53.52%. Nursing staff suffered by needle stick injury, and followed by housekeeping, and then doctors. Actually, due to constraint of time, I could not do the analysis more analysis in this, but I can share. In past 6 months, six people had got injured, have gone through PEP. They have taken PEP because the source was HIV reactive, but none of them got seroconversion. That is a good thing. And apart from that, vaccination status of 98.9%, housekeeping and attendance is complete vaccination status of hepatitis B, that is. So that is a vaccine preventable disease that we can prevent by focusing on the mass vaccination of all the health personnel. Uh, in my topic, as my topic is effective needle stick injury prevention strategies, basically we should focus, like in our case also, in mid-May, June, July, when the cases rose, what we had done is we started doing reinforcement trainings in every area wherein the injuries occurred. We did a very good communication. We strengthened our communication and talked in person to person, from nursing supervisor of that area to nursing staff, and also we took in loop the housekeeping supervisors, so that like every people should be aware that the biomedical waste segregation should be done properly. And after like around 2-3 months of continuous trainings, the needle stick injury incidence has now decreased. Now, as in the graph, we can see in September, the incidence was only 0.13 and November 0.2. So now we have now somehow it is in coming in the plateau phase, sort of like now NSI rates are less somehow, because COVID people are not like have become habited of that also. And otherwise people were not segregating the sharps into proper sharp container. So to conclude my presentation, I would say that we should have an integrated approach to perform root cause analysis for each and every case of needle stick injury, and we should implement CAPA, that is corrective and preventive action, like every case by case, and every case should be thoroughly studied, and adequate preventive action should be done so that we should not be facing another similar case. And sharp injuries can be reduced through education and monitoring of behaviors as well. And if possible, though not available in all institutes, if safety engineered protection mechanisms like some syringes are there, we can also use them. Compulsory induction training and regular reinforcement trainings, as I said before also, they should be must. And all healthcare workers should be immunized against hepatitis B. So that is all for my presentation.
Dr. Vanya, who, what is the N number of training required to reduce this rate?
Sir, we cannot say that, okay, this number of training would be sufficient, because although my experience is very small, but in past 1 year of experience in HIC, I've seen like even after 2 or 3 trainings, like people do forget things. So repeated reinforcement trainings are a must. Although for housekeeping category, we have trained them around 3 to 4 times in a short constant of 3 to 4 months, like maybe every month. So now they know, like they know better than before, but still repeated trainings are required.
The data is good again, but the thing is that for a study, the population, the number, and the number of trainings.
Yes, sir. Actually, I could
Planned
not.
out.
That is.
If these are variables, then you can't come to any conclusion.
So actually, I could not do the analysis part. So only.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So Dr. Sujata is on board, I guess.
Dr. Sujata, am I audible? Dr. Sujata? किसी को मेरा आवाज नहीं जा रहा लग रहा है.
नहीं सर, आवाज आ रहा है.
Sir, you are audible.
Hello.
Dr. Sujata?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Ma'am, आप present करेंगे poster?
Yes, sir. So I'm not able to see the.
Dr. Vanya, can you share her slide?
Yes, I will do in a moment. Ma'am, can you see the slide?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I
Ma'am,
can see.
maybe you can go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, only half of the slide I'm able to see.
I'll do it like this. No, it's a
Yeah,
PDF.
yeah, sure.
It's a PDF.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to the respected dignitaries. Sir, I'm here to present my poster. The title, A Comparative Study of Qualitative Latex Agglutination Test and Quantitative Turbidometric Immunoassay Method for the detection of C-reactive protein from human sera in the early stages of COVID patients at a tertiary care center, Kanpur. Okay. Coming to the introduction, COVID-19 is a new infectious disease for which there is currently no treatment. It is therefore necessary to explore the biomarkers to determine the extent of lung lesions and disease severity. CRP detection is the preferred test in evaluation of inflammatory conditions. The aim of the study was to compare the qualitative slide culture latex agglutination test with the quantitative turbidometric immunoassay for the method for the detection of CRP in the early stages of the COVID patient at a tertiary care center. The material and methods, we have taken around 50 serum samples. They collected from the patients clinically suspected to have systemic inflammation. The study was carried out from between June 2020 to December 2020. CRP concentrations were determined in serum samples using commercial qualitative latex agglutination, that is RELX CRP from the Tulip company, and also the SD biosensor kit for turbidometry was used. The testing was done according to the manufacturer's guidelines for the test, and all the statistic data, sensitivity, specificity were calculated using the SPSS Teach software. Coming to the results in the study, a total of 50 patients, 31 were males and 15 were females. Majority of them were in the age group of 50 to 60 years. About 30% of the patients were from the wards, 15 were from the ICU. Out of those 50 sera samples, 33% were positive and 17 were negative by the turbidometric method, and 56 were positive and negative by the slide latex agglutination. The slide latex agglutination give false negative results for 5 patients. The sensitivity of the latex agglutination was only 54% in comparison to the immunoturbidometry. Both the tests were equally specific. So coming to the conclusion, the study revealed a significant difference between the two methods. It seems that in the early stages of inflammatory disease, especially in COVID, quantitative methods were preferred to qualitative methods. Also, in case of CRP results are weakly positive by qualitative, they should be controlled by quantitative methods too. So these are my references.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, it would have been a good idea that if you, these samples may have been categorized with the severity of COVID.
Oh, yes, sir.
That's just a suggestion. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This
Yes.
is just a suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Vidhi? Is Dr. Vidhi there? Dr. Rutu?
Sir, can I hear?
मेरा presentation
Dr. Vanya, for Dr. Vanya?
Sir.
Dr. Rutu का भी कर दो.
Yes, sir. I will play.
Side. Yes, please.
Ma'am, check your slide as well.
You can start, please.
Dr. Rutu, are you there?
She asked her to unmute. She's not unmuting actually. All 5 tech team, can you unmute her?
Hall 5 की tech team है वो.
Yes, yes.
Hello, can you sir?
आप अपने बाकी सारी डिवाइसेस हटा दीजिए. बाकी सारी डिवाइसेस हटा दीजिए दूर. Yes, please carry on.
Very good afternoon to all. I am Dr. Rutu Chapla from the Uk Medical College.
आप अपना मोबाइल हटा दीजिए प्लीज.
Hello. Hello.
बोलिए बोलिए डॉक्टर रुतु बोलिए.
Very good afternoon, sir. My talk.
Ma'am, kindly log off from other devices. Just log in one.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes. Very good afternoon, sir. I am the Dr. Rutu from the Uk Medical College, Jamnagar. My topic is the epidemiological study of rheumatoid arthritis based on the rheumatoid factor test at the Tertiary Care Center, Jamnagar. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Please go ahead.
Go ahead. We are hearing you. बोलती रहिए हम लोग हैं.
सर वो लॉग आउट हो गए.
नहीं, लॉग आउट नहीं हुआ. अनम्यूट कर दिया किसी ने. Yes.
Rheumatoid arthritis is a chronic systemic inflammatory disease that is characterized by the pain, swelling, and stiffness of the joint. Age and sex are the great impacting factor in the diagnosis, and the rheumatoid factor latex aggregation test is one of the most common, easy to perform, and the economical serological test to rule out the rheumatoid arthritis in the early condition. The RA test provides the useful information, also help in diagnosing and managing the disease. Our aim is to comparative study of the prevalence of RA in the patient at tertiary care center on the basis of gender and age by the rheumatoid factor test. In methodology, we are collecting the sample of total 250 patients whose sample received at VRDL lab for the rheumatoid factor testing in last 3 months from the December 2020 to February 2021. The serum sample was separated and by the rheumatoid factor latex agglutination test kit, we performed the test. And in case of positive test, quantitative test titer was done and the positive reaction given if there more than sensitivity of our kit is 8 international unit per ml. If more than that, we give a positive reaction. And the higher titer suggests the higher antibody level. Our result conclude that out of the 250 patients, there are 197 were female and 53 were males. Out of this, the 36 patients were positive for the RA test. Out of this, 31 females and the 5 are males. Most common age group affected in this is between the 40 to 60 year in the female and 50 to 70 year in male respectively. The conclusion is that the study concludes that the prevalence is higher in the female than the male, and the incidence is 4 to 5 times higher in the age group of 40 to 50 year in the females. The RA is the most common disease that affect the in females. The two main reasons for this is the first was the hormonal, and the second was the excess weight and the hormonal factor estrogen makes the more prone to female for the rheumatoid arthritis. Thank you, sir.
Apart from prevalence, have you studied about the clinical features?
Clinical features is the pain, swelling, and stiffness of the joints.
Varied clinical features with different type of positivity or negativity.
No, sir.
Okay. ठीक है. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you, sir.
There are two more, Dr. Vidhi and Priyanshi. They haven't logged in. Dr. Vanya, Priyanshi. Stop sharing this screen. Yes. वान्या हो गया?
हाँ सर, मेरा वो लॉग आउट हो गया था एक्चुअली गलती से.
नहीं
सर नहीं, अभी डॉक्टर प्रियांशी एक हैं, उनका बचा है.
नहीं, डॉक्टर विधि का भी तो बचा था.
हाँ, डॉक्टर विधि का ये अभी थे, लॉग आउट हो गए ये लग रहा है. सर मैं इनको कॉल करके कांटेक्ट करके फिर आपको बताती हूँ.
चलो अब रहने दो, जो लॉग आउट
रहने दें. ठीक है सर. तो और प्रियांशी उसका भी छोड़ दें फिर.
हाँ जी.
ओके सर.
ठीक है. आई एम लीविंग दिस हॉल.
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर.
ओके.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
ठीक है यार, चलेगा आपको पता ही क्यों परेशान हो आप मतलब कह के शर्मिंदा कर रहे हो फिर वालों जो कमिटमेंट है वो तो नहीं। हाँ वो हाँ शिवांग 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 am I audible? Shivang?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Shivang, you please unmute yourself. Shivang, unmute yourself. Pratiksha, ask Shivang to unmute himself and present, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
गायब हो गया शिवांग, तुमको लग रहा है? This looks good.
Sir, I've asked him. He's gonna do that.
Check out though.
Hello, Shivang.
हाँ भाई, हम ही लोग प्रेजेंट कर लेते हैं। योगेंद्र,
सर शिवांग इज डूइंग सर, वो एक्चुअली थोड़ा ग्लिच आ रहा है उसके उसमें, तो वो अपने आप ही लॉग आउट हो जा रहा है उसमें से।
अच्छा, तो हम लोग प्रेजेंट कर लें खुद।
बेटर ऑप्शन सर,
हैं?
बेटर ऑप्शन। हाँ, आप प्लीज आइए, लॉग इन करिए।
हेलो
Shivang, share your screen.
शिवांग,
Shivang, your presentation is visible. You can start presenting it. Am I audible to you?
Shivang, you can present from here. Shivang, you can speak.
Shivang, you are not audible.
शिवांग से कह दो कि फोन कर ले यार, फोन करके बता दे। शिवांग को फोन पे लगा लो योगेंद्र। फोन करके स्पीकर पे लगा लो उसको।
सर वो इसी से प्रेजेंट कर देगा सर. Okay. Okay, you can speak up.
Material and method include this is a retrospective study of 6-month duration from September 2020 to February 2021 in Department of Microbiology in Sri Guru Rambai Institute of Medical and Health Science. Specimen data included in my study are blood, pus, urine, and UVCT that is obtained from various wards and intensive care units were included. Processing of specimen, gram study followed by culture on blood agar, McConkey agar, cystine electrolyte deficient, that is flat, and grain earth influent growth was carried out on the specimen. Growth has obtained or after preliminary tests like catalase and other gram staining procedure are processed as per standard method through Vitek to compact and identified as vancomycin resistant enterococci are included in the study. Result: gender-wide distribution is 61% female predominance as compared to that of male, that is 39%. Age-wise distribution, there is 0 to 10 years of age having maximum prevalence, that is 29%. This is followed by prevalence, maximum prevalence in 61 to 70 years, that is 18%, and that is followed by 31 to 40 years and 51 to 60 years, that is 15% each. Species-wise distribution, there is predominance of Enterococcus faecium species, that is 68%. This is followed by Enterococcus faecalis, that is 32%. Antibiotic resistant pattern among vancomycin resistant enterococci. There is maximum resistant antimicrobial resistant in ticoblendium, that is 85%. This is followed by 82% in benzyl penicillin, and this is followed by ciprofloxacin, 78%. And tigecycline is found to be more sensitive drug, having no any drug resistant pattern. And genetic predominance, there is VAN A predominance having 85%, and this is followed by VAN B predominance, that is 15%. Result: prevalence of vancomycin resistant enterococci came out to be 0.9%, and they are isolated from human samples, 11%, that is 39%, followed by blood culture 9, that is 92%. UVCT improved to 14.5%. This is followed by PUS 14.5%. Predominance of BRE is more in age group 0 to 10 years, that is 29%, followed by 51 to 68%, that is 68%. There has been an increasing trend of prevalence of BRE isolated due to nosocomial infections. Most of the pathogens are multi-drug resistant. 68% isolate were predominated by E. faecium. This is followed by 32% by E. faecalis. Discussion. Current study from North India shows several-fold increase in vancomycin resistance among enterococci during the last few years. That is 1 to 7.9% increase in BRE cases. This is similar to our finding having prevalence of around 0.9%. In this study, Enterococcus faecium is predominant species, which is similar to the finding of Jan et al. And Kamakar et al. Our finding of multi-drug resistant is similar with the study of Markle et al. Isolate from a study in North India shows 100% sensitivity to tigecycline, similar to this finding. Conclusion includes prevention of enterococcal infection in general and BRE in particular, need active surveillance culture and aggressive implementation of infection control measures. This study demonstrates the increased prevalence of multi-drug resistant enterococci, thus posing a serious therapeutic challenge. This situation warrants implementation of an efficient infection control program and regular surveillance of antimicrobial resistant of enterococci in order to establish a rational antibiotic policy for better management of enterococcal actually. And preference after it. Thank you.
Okay, Shivang, can you tell about anything about e-test related to this? Any e-test methodology used for this VRE?
Actually, I process sample through the white type 2 compact, so it directly gives me ID and AST related to it.
Okay. Anything else you want to say about enterococcus apart from?
Actually, in my studies, there is prevalence of 0.9% VRE and there is predominance of E-fascium. Most of the cases are from E-fascium, and most of the isolate are from pediatric age group, that is 0 to 10 years of age, and there is prevalence of maximum cases from neonatal kit and UTI cases are also there.
What?
And so there's
Shivang, one thing just I want to ask.
Dr. Yogendra is asking something. Yes.
When age distribution you showed, there was no cases in the age group of 11 to 20. Can you give any explanation for that? Why it was so?
Actually, in my study, there is no any patient that I can give. जो सर मैं मेरी स्टडी में सर ऐसा कोई पेशेंट था नहीं सर जो इस उसमें हो सर।
मैं पूछना चाह रहा हूँ why ऐसा था, ऐसा क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि that is the most vulnerable age group आपका जो आता है 11 to 20 age group. All are the students.
29% सर 0 to 10.
एक और चीज मैं पूछना चाह रहा था, आपने कहा Fascium was the commonest species. Was it common? That was average, or what was the common in urine, or what was common species in blood? What was the difference isolated in different samples?
Actually, there are urine samples. Most of the cases are from urine sample, and the predominant species was Fascium. And this is followed by
and in blood, which was the predominant species?
In blood, which was the predominant species?
In blood, actually in blood, sir, both are most equally present, sir.
ठीक है शिवांग, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And best wishes.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, sir.
Thanks, Shivang, okay, for the presentation.
कोई बात नहीं, next time से अपना system पहले से तैयार रखना. Okay. Okay, thank you, Yogendra.
Okay, thank you, boss. Thanks.